Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. We have got some success. We are, after numerous restarts, numerous reconfigs, we've actually got the game up and running and where we need it to be. And it's drivable. I've got force feedback. I've got the screen layout back to where I need. The triple screen's not misbehaving anymore. We have got everything, but I just don't know what's happened for the last hour and 40 minutes. It's just been an absolute disaster. So hopefully we're on top of it now and I can welcome you back and we can get on with what we were looking at doing tonight. So I just want to make sure that the stream is up and running and that people will actually... I'm going to delete the other two streams from earlier because I could mark them as private, to be honest, and hide them away because they're shocking. So let me just edit this title. We'll get the chat back up and then we can get people back in. Mobilista. Do. And then we'll show you why I really do enjoy this sim and why it's so different and why it's configured so differently and why it plays and behaves so differently to GT7 and why it's so much more, to some degree, so much why I prefer to drive and why I prefer to enjoy this sim rather than others. So we're just going to do a quick single race just to get us into the flavour of the game. Give you an overview of what's there. Make sure you're happy with the screens and what you can see and what's in the game. And we will talk about what we've got and why we're doing it, and we'll go from there. So genuinely, this will be there to just, you know, as an intro to the sim, show you what Automobiliasta is, take you through the setups, etc. And hopefully everything now starts to behave and play correctly. I genuinely don't know why for the last hour and 40 minutes I've had an absolute disaster nightmare. So we always start off in the pits for practice. We're just going to have a 10-minute practice session. We'll then have a 10-minute warm-up, a 10-minute time qualifying. Then we'll have a 10-lap race. You won't be able to see the left and right windows. You can see them on the other camera there, so you'll be able to see everything that's going on. And you can see me in a dark room. And I have got force feedback, and it's just so subtle it's untrue. It's great when it works. It's a shocker when it doesn't. So Donington Park, a circuit from my very dim and distant past. I used to live not too far from here. I knew the chief clerk of the course. He was the guy, well, when I knew him, his name was Alan. This was some 30 years ago. I was in my very early 20s. And Alan's son used to have the Sega software development house in the UK. He used to own it and run it. He was contracted to Sega. So then, when I met Alan, he was the chief clerk of the course here. And I explained about my gaming wants and likes. And he said, well, come to the racetrack with me. And I've spent 2 or 3 days on that grid wall there, on that pit wall. Not necessarily marshalling. I was doing start line stuff for Alan, so I was his gopher. But I used to enjoy running up and down that like pit wall bit. Woo-wee. Used to enjoy running up and down that pit wall a few times. And being a flag man for when the cars pull up to the line. I used to do Formula Ford events. When he used to go, he used to call past my house, pick me up and take me up here. And used to have some good times here. It was good fun. But Alan was part of the clerk of the course teams. He would do the race start, etc. And on other days he'd be upstairs in the office, and I didn't come with him on those days. I only came with him on the days when he was needing somebody to run up and down for him. I was a young guy, at the time, and it suited me fine. So, but how far and long ago were those? So what you'll notice is I don't have any of the telemetry on the screen that tells me how fast we're going or in terms of lap time compared to anybody else. That's all turned off at this time. We're gonna try and keep the information a little bit away from me as a driver so that we treat it like a proper race. If we want to go and see where we are on standings, we'll drop back into the pits and we will have a look at the pit boards and the timing boards, and we'll see where we are. But what we're going to try and do is put in the fastest. Oh, I've just overrun there. Didn't get a gear change down. Yeah, got a cancelled lap there by the clerk of the course, race director. So we're going to try and just put in a decent lap, then we'll go to quali. And we're going to finish the season at Donington Park. This will be the final race because I know it really quite well, and I've done a lot of racing here in Sims. But Automobiliasta 2 graphics don't look dated. They don't look quite as clean and crisp as GT7, but it's PC. I've got everything running on high, not extreme. So we're just trying to cope with the fact that we're streaming on 2 channels as well. Well, technically we're not though. We're streaming to Restream, which is then doing the split to YouTube and Twitch. So hopefully that's taken a little bit of load off the processor. That was a decent run down there. Right, let's change it down to 3rd. Get into that corner, then we can drive out. That's what didn't happen last time. I'm having a bit of a gear change miss from 4th down to 3rd. I don't know whether that's because I'm bullying the gearbox a bit. Are we going to get a cancelled lap there? I need to change up a bit out of 3rd gear, I think. Same engine, I think, Wilkie. Or very similar engine. The triple screen gives it so much feel like you're in car. And the force feedback through the pedals and the wheel is really quite good. It makes it... It gives a little bit more than I get on GT7. If you were watching last night, which I know you are, I was having a bit of a moan about just how little feel I get through the car in GT7. Well, in this, it is just the opposite. There is so much feel. The pedal vibrations work, which are brilliant. And the force feedback, now it's working again, is really, really good. It really is. But not sure I'm up to speed yet. I'm not seemingly capturing the guy in front. Catching. Somebody's taking out all the wobbly red poles. My bright rear tyre isn't quite up to temperature yet. Let's see if we can dance it through here a bit and put some heat in. So the car in front has gone to the pits. Our last lap was a 1:15.02. This guy's going to come out and not really pay any relevance to the fact we're on a faster lap. He didn't really care that we were he was on his out lap and we were flying. But let's see if we can get into the 13s. That's where I want to be. Automobiliasta has lap time challenges for all of these circuits with every car. I think I'm somewhere in the top 50 on this track on the leaderboards, which isn't too bad. and that's top 50 with the default setup. I'm just using the standard setup, nothing smart, because I don't want to add too much to the game at this point when we're just trying it out and getting a feel for it. See where we are. It's a slower lap. Keep it in third here. Now, quite a little tricky downhill section here, down through the crane of curves. Don't need to brake into there, but I always feel I need to. Get back on the gas early, run over that curb. We can go quickly. We can get up the inside of this guy after we apex this corner. We could probably put him to the right here. Oh, we'll just give him... Oh, dear. Good save there. Really good save from that guy. But the aggression on here is on maximum. So these guys aren't going to give me any quarter. We're gonna really, really have to push it. And as you can see there, putting my front bumper on his back bumper, he was not phased at all. So they're going to do that to us as well. There must be a gearbox limiter on the down change. I'm obviously at too high a revs when I'm attempting to change down. It won't let me blow the gearbox. It won't let me what you do in GT7, like slam the gears to get the car to slow down. Now, is he going to let me past at any point? Or are we going to have to... I want to do it on the uphill, past the old bridge there. Oh, I'm going to get timed there. No, he's gonna keep his car where he wants it. I'm going to have to go up his inside there. He's going to come around the outside. What an absolute demon. He's practice session over, final lap. Then we're going to go to quali. Probably shouldn't be racing in practice, but there we go. What we're going to do in a moment, well, we'll probably do that now actually, we'll save this for later, is we're going to go and make a custom race, a custom championship. Let's see what lap time we get. I won 14.77, that's not so bad. Let's, where did we come? We came 9th, which isn't too bad in practice, so let's go and do a championship, and let's see what this game's all about and how it feels and what it's going to try and do. The real driving simulator. Yeah, it says that, does it? Did it say that somewhere? Automobiliasta 2? That's what I think. Well, it's very good. It is good. I mean, championship. Here we go. Racing a championship against the eye. It's going to be new. We're going to call it... I think I'm going to have to create a custom one. I don't think it's going to let me... yeah, we're going to have to do... There's lots of Brazil stuff, because I think because the guys that designed this are... they're all Brazilian, I think. I think it's a Brazilian origin game. Brands Hatch, we're going to run the short circuit, not the long one. And we're going to add a new round. We're going to select the track Cadwell Park. That'll be interesting, won't it? It's not a track I've done a massive amount, but let's do that one. Add a new round. Select a track. Anybody? It's just me, Wilkie, and somebody else. You were taking the Mickey GT7. Yeah, absolutely. Donington Park we're going to do last. Do you have any suggestions of any tracks from the UK you want to see? Alton Park's always a good one. But we're going to do the little circuit. We're going to do that one. Keep the track sort of short. Where else has this got for UK tracks? Snetterton. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. we're gonna do 6, I think. We've got enough time. Londrina, don't know, that's Brazil somewhere. I think we're only going to get 5 in, aren't we? I think we're going to have to put Donington in here. Keep it all UK. Cadwell, Brands Hatch. There's Bathurst there. Bathurst. No, we're going to put Donington in. There we go, Donington, and we're going to use the one without the extension. So that's a decent UK sort of series, isn't it? Save that. And the car, we're going to choose vehicle, which is going to be the... has it forced us to choose that? Am I going to have to redo that in another... Oh, bugger. We're going to have to go out and choose vehicles. We're going to have to find one where we can do custom vehicle. Championship new. No, back. What a swine. Come on, let me do it. Austria short. Yeah, but it's not UK. I want to try and keep it UK if I can. Custom championship. Now, why is it not letting me... Oh, there we go. How do I choose vehicle? Available vehicles are only those two. Select vehicle. No, that's not what I want to do. I want to customize with any. Select new championship. I want to do minis. It's not going to let me do it. Come on. Alright, we're going to have to choose something else, aren't we? We're going to have to go something else, do something different. Surely it's got to let me be able to customize a championship. We're going to have to use single seaters. Is that where we're going to go? Opponent settings maximum. Edit championship. Classes. Will it let... Ah, there we go. That's how we do it. That's how I did it. I couldn't remember. It's too hot. Where's minis? There it is, minis. Done. I want to remove that and that. Clear all. Done. Done. That one. That one. Done. That's it. That's what we want to do. Save. And now we want to choose how many rounds we're going to do. Pit stop refueling allowed. Top 10 option 1. Opponent number. We want to go as many as we can. Available liveries will drop down to there then. Edit grid, no need. Score type, top 10. Use class, pit stop refueling allowed. No, we're only going to do 10 laps at each one. 15 laps, which are 10 laps I think. Full course yellows. Yes. Yeah. There's no other options there. It's the... There we go. How do we choose the amount of laps, etc.? Oh, here we go. It's doing length of... Practice is on, length is 10 minutes. Start time 10, we only want 10 minutes. We're going to keep it all pretty cool. Qualifying on 10 minutes. Because we only really need to get one lap in. Race 1 is going to be on, off, on. So race length is 15 minutes. I think we need to just do a 20-minute race at each one. That'll be decent. Start type standing. Mandatory pit stop, no. Scheduled full course yellow, no. Live track preset default. Okay, save. And I want to copy and paste that for every event. I think we've got to do that for everyone, haven't we? Yeah, what a swine. It's all good fun. Save. Save. 10. Probably should have set this to start. It should take us through to midnight, shouldn't it? Don't know what it means about weather. We should be good for weather. We'll get to see each course. We'll get to understand what's going on. I'm probably going to set this up beforehand, really. But it would have been easier if the PC had just decided to do what it should have done to start with. It shouldn't have took me nearly 2 hours to get the PC working when it was perfectly fine earlier. Just don't understand sometimes. Problem in chair, not in computer, is what they say. It's a picnic problem. Last round. 5 rounds then. Going to do the same at each one. We'll see how we pitch and see how we go against every other driver. There's not a massive amount to learn when we go around and do these things, but hey ho. Was that all 5? Yes, it was. And we're going to be choosing maximum opponents. We're going to have them all 24 because that's how many liveries they've got. I'm going to select a different mini. Oh, that one. Showroom. I want to choose. Oh my lordy, that's out of focus. How do we? I don't want to do that. I want to livery select. I'm going to be one of the UK ones. Either that one with number 1 on. There isn't a number 44, is there? No, I'm going to go for that one. Number 38 is close to 44. That's going to be me. Okay, let's give it a start. Let's see what it's going to be like. First race is going to be Brands Hatch Indy. Weather's random, 10-minute practice, 10-minute quali, 20-minute race. We race here in GT Sport, in GT7, don't we? So we know this track. World record is a 48.344. The date's a little bit ago, look, 2019. That was pre-COVID. You can't see the loading bar that's going across the screen. We're going to use standard setup. We're not going to use anything else. We're not going to change tyre pressures or anything like that. We're going to just go with what we've got. I've got to wait, I think, for the other cars to file past. And hopefully the image is good for you guys. You can see what's going on. We'll just drive through that car. I stood just there last week when I went to Brands Hatch. I also, that's slightly wrong. I'm still inside the other car. One of the hardest corners in British motorsport, that. Oh, they've got that really good. It's a winter track. Look, there's no leaves on the trees at all. Very much wintry setting. I also stood on top of that control box up there. I need to get that video done. Track is cold. Look at the tyres, they're solid blue. I need to give a shout out to 6 Days on the Run. He sent me some messages overnight. Yo JB! When you get your PC, JB, you need to think about this game. He's just come out of the pit, so he's on his out lap. And I can see a bit more of the screen than you guys can, so I can see the apex to that bottom left hand corner when we need to, and it is Let's get this front wheel drive car drifting. Trying to warm those rear tyres up a bit. I got your email. No, I haven't got your email. I haven't looked at emails for the last couple of hours. I think the effects on screen are really good. And also with the triple screen, I don't know if you can see it, but I've got little plastic devices along the edge of my screen that wrap the screen, which is really quite amazing. Greetings IRL Island Racing. His game sounds really low. Just give me a second. I will try and tweak that up for you. Let me push it up a bit and see what you think. That actually didn't do anything, did it? I can't see the audio settings there. Desktop audio. Ah, let me try that. Let me try that one instead. Let me see if that helps. Is that better? Understood. That's the point of having you guys able to give me some feedback, which is tremendous. My mirror quality is a bit rubbish, to be honest. Too loud now, can't hear us. Let me just fix that. Too loud. That one. Take it down to halfway. Is that any better? Should be able to talk over the top of the sound and you still hear me. Let's see if we can get a good lap in quali. Oh, this is practice. So 10-minute practice, 10-minute quali. And we go from there. So the idea is we're going to do a little bit of a championship. If you've been with us from the start, I'm just doing 5 UK tracks, 10-minute practice, 10-minute quali and a 20-minute race at each. We'll try and compare it to what we know of Gran Turismo. And I was saying, wasn't I, that 6 days on the run messaged me overnight after watching me doing a few things last night. 6 days on the run is an automatic controller driver, and he was just explaining to me a few things overnight on text about just how the tyre model in Gran Turismo really is negative to a driver experience if you are used to real car feel. I've always believed that GT7 has a flaw in its tyre model through the temperature process and the fact that they don't allow you to change air pressures, tyre pressures. So he was just explaining about how the grip works and how you need to tune into how the grip works, and the key thing is to brake early. If you brake early in Gran Turismo, you will do so much better, but you can also brake harder. But I didn't change up then, did I? You also have to be in tune with how the game wants you to drive rather than what you perceive. So he agrees with me in principle that traction control is fine, but what actually you should be thinking about is not using the counter steer. The counter steer is going to mess with your grip coefficient. So, and as you can see in this game, I've only got traction control on. I've got traction control on one. I haven't got any other help aids on at all. I'm using automatic clutch. That's the only thing, the only other thing. If I was to correctly talk about assists, I've got a clutch pedal, but I'm treating it as though I've got flappy paddle gearbox and automatic gearbox clutch, if you see what I mean. So if we're being honest about help aids, that is the only other one. No brake assist, no line assist, no counter steer or vehicle stabilisation. Christ, he was eager, wasn't he? Braking point for this hairpin is pretty much the same as Gran Turismo. Not as much curb runoff on the left, and this feels a lot shorter down to this corner. Change up a little earlier, I think. Now, how does this drive compared to my little John Cooper works? Nothing like it. My JCW doesn't have this amount of grip, but I'm not on slick tyres, I'd suggest. Right, I think I'm up to speed on lap times here, so I'm just going to see where we are against the overall, and then we'll go to qualifying. And then we'll get settled in for a bit of a championship. As I say, we're not going to use anything but default setups. It keeps missing gear shifts, but I think, again, that is, it won't allow me to shift down into a rev range that will break the engine. So let's take the pit lane. There we go. Return to pit box, and there we go. We're first fastest, a 51.593, which we'll skip to the end. No gear slams, absolutely. Let's go on monitor and no, let's not. That way. Can we see anybody else on track? Yeah, we can. So visuals don't look too bad. The flames out the exhaust are a bit monster. But graphically, I think it's great. It's pretty decent. It's got debris around the outside of the track. Suspension is very low at the front, isn't it? But I think this will... There's only 40 seconds left of this, so we're going to skip to the end of this session and we'll go straight to qualifying. So we finished first. It's got me down as Brazilian. Why would it have me as Brazilian? Oh, dear. Never mind. Continue to quali. So we're going to do first qualifying session. It's raining. Oh, that's tremendous, isn't it? Edit setup. Vehicle specific force feedback. Yes. Tyres automatic by weather. It's got me down for 18 laps of fuel. We're going to take that down to 13 laps, which is 10 laps. Save. And then we will go back and drive. So it will give me wet tyres. As you can see, they're already warm. Look, they're green. My right hand window has got rain on it, which I can't see out of. It's very grey. I think L is lights, is it? Gonna drive through. Oh, we didn't. A wet quali. We'll see how that changes things. Mr. Oh my word. I need to get in front of these boys. It could have been the wax I had, yes. I know where you're going with that. Was that lightning then? It was lightning. Absolutely tremendous. Let's see if it dries out and gives us a drying line. Automobilista 2. The game itself is on Steam, and if you do have a PC out there and you've got the option to look at Steam and have a look at it, do so. The full game for everything is round about 100 quid with all the add-ons. But I haven't bought all the add-ons. I do plan to. But it genuinely is well worth it when you see the selection of cars we can use. Because after this little championship, I'm going to have a little dabble at a race in racing trucks, which I know JB will enjoy. I need to get over to that right hand side when we start the lap. So this should be our first flying lap. Car slides into there. We take the apex. We shouldn't get told off for that. Avoid that puddle. I can't see anything. Going up the inside there a little bit hard, but aggression's on 100. See the wind change direction there and blow the spray around the cars. Have to ease here a little bit. I'm totally blindsided to the corners. I can't see the apex at all. Can't do that in Gran Turismo at all. Braking just won't let you do that. And by the way, that was a no contact pass on the inside, just because I knew there would be more grip down the inside of there at that point, because you're not on the true racing line. Oh my, come on. Big puddle splash here. It aquaplaned. Braking underneath the gantry. I don't know what my fastest lap is at this point. We're just going to run all the way through to the end of time. A little bit of reflection off the track surface to show where the rain is. Car wants to turn in. Evening, fat man. How's it going? Hope you're well, brother. These windscreen wipers are going 10 to the dozen. And also, I race cockpit view on all of the games apart from Gran Turismo. Could do with a bit more game volume. We've had a couple of people asking that. I'll just push that up a little bit, see how that goes. I'll actually take it down a friction. Some people have said it gets a bit loud, so ooh, back end's drifting on me there. The really cool thing about this game is, whilst you guys can only see the forward view camera, I've got these two screens. It actually gives me the feeling that I've got one of those helmets with the side bits on, and I can see them out the corner of my eyes on the right hand side and left hand side of my surround screens, which is tremendous. Come on, boys and girls. I think somebody wants to go to the pit. He does. He was in completely the wrong place. Right, do we go left or right into first corner? I think we got the line right. I think I can brake a little later into there. Be good if you could see my throttle and brake inputs, because you'd see how the braking differs to GT. Little turbo boost flutter there. See if we can get an undisturbed lap and put a decent lap time in. Brake underneath the gantry. Ooh, a little bit late. I was trying to brake later, but that was probably too late. We'll see the timing control. That was good. We're going to have to do one of them dodgy overtakes again. Use all the curb. New best sector 2 time, okay. The AI, even though the aggressive is set somewhere. You think you'll like the mail? Okay. I can check it. I can check the mail. Let me have a look. My phone's charged tonight, JB. Let's have a look. Only one in GR4, so no NSX. I don't know. Don't know what that means. Oh, you're welcome, Jay. Don't worry. Emails. So this just happened. Oh, here we go. Ah! You bought it from a different place. That's good. That's good. Oh. It doesn't show me what you bought. It just takes me to a link to PC Specialist. Maybe I need to look at the PDF. I do need to look at the PDF. There it is. Okay. Nice processor. 32 gig of memory, that's the way to go. But it's a single stick, which is good as well. 4070 Ti, very nice. 2 terabyte PCI M2, very good. 4 terabyte expansion hard drive, very good. Yes, mate. Yes, it is. It's purely my PC is half your specs. You're absolutely bob on. Your M2 drive is bob on. Cooling, FrostFlow 360 ARGB high performance liquid cooler, very good. I was just saying I hope you've gone liquid because I've got a liquid radiator and liquid cooler on my both graphics card and my processor. Yeah, onboard. Yeah, so you went for an onboard sound card, which is fine, absolutely fine. Most motherboards do decent sound processing, but I know you'll want the higher 5.1 level of sound. I know you will. So, network card's good. 2.5 gigabyte is fine. Additional USB supports. That's fine. Windows 11 Home. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you're not going to do anything major with it. I do a bit more with my PC, so I would always go the Pro version. But don't worry, it's not going to affect you whatsoever. And build time 4 to 6. You're going to love that, mate. You're going to love that. That's going to do absolute treat. I know you know how to set them up and know how to play with them, so you'll be tops. And that will drive, if you've got a decent TV or monitor, that will drive your prices at the bottom. I didn't look at the price. I didn't want to see. Purely I didn't want to see because I can't see. My eyes aren't. Oh my lordy. Bamboozer. Nothing to pay for 12 months. That's all right. Mate, it doesn't... At that price, on a monthly payment, that's... You're rocked on. You're rocked on, mate. Absolutely fine. That'll do you beautifully. And that's the kind of level spec of a PC I think I need to be at. And use this one as my dedicated streaming machine, because this is still decent, this PC. It's just, I got it mid-COVID, so what else was I going to do when COVID was happening? No, mate, that's bob on. And if you've shared a PSN message, I've got a PSN message from Papa. Papa. Is that good enough to support? Yes, it's a laptop, 3080 laptop, Yeah, I know the 3080 laptop GeForce RTX graphics cards aren't as good, but yes, they will do, because this is an older gen game. You'll be absolutely fine with that, Big Popper. Absolutely fine. I would run it on a bigger screen than a laptop screen, which I know you will. So, absolutely fine. This will run it beautifully. That will run it beautifully. I think I've got a decent lap in. Let's see if I can put a decent lap in. I think we've got 4 laps left. Look at them all flowing out. They've gone in for fuel and having another go. You don't have to have the big names over the top if you want to make it more real. I just thought it might be good to try and to develop some rivalries with the guys in the league. Ooh, we've run wide. Slow. So if you could see the name, we could see who we're racing. Now that seems a decent process. I'm not too good with Intel. Intel for me work well in a laptop. In terms of how that processor will work as a game orientated device, I think it'll be fine, because it's like 11th gen, I think. So it's pretty modern. I'm just not a big Intel fan when it comes to gaming PCs. And I know a lot of people will... It's horses for courses, and it's what you do is what you don't, and what you like is what you like. It's a very personal thing for me, but I would always go AMD and an NVIDIA graphics card. I wouldn't use AMD graphics. I think they pair up well with NVIDIA. I like the update process that NVIDIA has. I don't have any problems with their drivers. I haven't had for a long time. It's lightning, absolutely massive. This is the last lap, isn't it? Alienware, then it'd be... Yeah, I think it'd be absolutely fine, my friend. Absolutely fine. There we go. Is the sound alright now, guys? You paid in full. Yeah, absolutely. If you got that on the credit, though, that wasn't bad at all. Although the 24.5% API scares the hell out of me. So we did a 56.7 there compared to a 1.0, which is madness. I don't know. I think there's a demo version available of this. I think there is. I don't know what the sound is there. It sounds like rain and thunder. But we're on the grid. It looks like we're in pole. It's going to be a standing start. It's uphill. We're a bit slow there, weren't we? A bit of wheel spin. Never mind, it will give us some to overtake. We're going to try and do this nicely. We're not going to try and bully the AI. We've got... It's a 20-minute race, so... What number's that guy? I like his Union Jack livery. Who's that on my left-hand side, or was that just a reflection? You guys can't see it. It was a reflection off the door sill, on the windowsill. What was this? Oof, bump. I think my mic's gone. Oh, we've left the circuit as I was looking up. I don't know what is up with this thing. Mike is fine. Mike is fine. I think. I don't know if it cuts out because of this fan. Let me just turn the fans down. There we go. Right. Right, we lost a couple of places, but we'll be good. So we got Mr. Lawrence Bailey up there. I haven't got a leaderboard, so I can't call out all the names. Dean Ellis and Lawrence Bailey are out in front. Let's see if we can chase them down. Yeah, it won't let you change down if you're going to go into a dangerous engine situation. You can't over rev the engine. I think I might have got that as a control. I don't know. I don't think I selected that. Oh, I was just got my foot on the brake there and let the car just run through the corner. But we are 4 to 5 seconds a lap quicker than these guys, so... Safety car is in the pits, number 25. This hill feels so much steeper than on GT. The weather's a bit rubbish. Gonna leave it in third. I'm over revving third gear. I think I need to be in fourth earlier. Can't ever see. There's the apex. There it is. Beautiful. We're going to try and run a tighter line up here. Yes, if that's a week away, that machine, JB, that's fab, mate. You've just got about £2 to pay on PC games now. Try and run our gear higher to try and get traction. Revving it all the way through the rev range, all the way to the top of the red. 6,000 RPM, happy days. I think I've said it before, but I always consider this corner to be the hardest in British motorsport. It's the mirror on the left hand side I can see. Okay, that... We're a fair way ahead. Maybe I should have gone 10-minute races rather than 20, but... We'll see if we can lap people. I feel like Sam. Probably look like Sam as well with my muscles. I probably shouldn't have worn such a black t-shirt against a black backdrop. You just got to buy things like keyboard and mouse now, JB. And then you start with all the extra stuff. Oh, you'll love it. Nice PCs. Great. All the extra work you've got. Decent job. Your rewards are good. PC Specialist, did you use code Running Man or TRMZ to get your discount? I think you'd have got 30 quid off if you'd have used the Running Man code. Oh, we've just gone into gravel. Lost all grip there. Nobody's behind us. my first mistake. Well, second one if you count going off the start-finish line. Looks like the sky's brightening up a bit. No either code. Oh. Unlucky. Should have said, I know. Running Man, he's got a code. Would have got you 30 quid off, but hey. I think you got a decent deal. What does 30 quid matter? And they paid for postage. Don't worry about it. It was only a deal if you didn't know you got it, so you're happy. That's the kit that matters. And I need to give a shout out to the other person I just told me just now, actually, in my other stream that I did today. He's bought a couple of t-shirts, which is amazing. Thank you very, very much. A fellow streamer. It's tremendous that he's done that. I'll have to return the favour. I'm going to try and get a couple more car well, I'm going to try and do some car design t-shirts. And yeah, it's really easy. So I get mine from Scan, and it looks very similar in the way that German game halted due to lightning. Wow. How many games is there tonight? 2. We get one at 5 o'clock and one at 8 o'clock, don't we? I'm hoping I know these races are going to get a little bit harder, because the AI will get stronger. And there's a couple of tracks I don't know particularly well. I know Alton very well. Cadwell is... I think Cadwell's in it. Cadwell's long and twisty and a little bit different to me. Cadwell I've always struggled at. It's not a circuit I've done a massive amount at. Cadwell is in Project Cars 2, and it comes in a little bit at the later part of the single player. And every time I get to Cadwell, it seems ever such a narrow track. But Snetterton is an old military runway. Snetterton I really enjoy. So, you know how I do my screenshots for my screenies for my movies? So I do like half a car shot. That's what I'm sort of planning to do on the back. But I need to put sort of... I don't know whether to put the car specs, you know, as a thing. The name of the car on the shirt, like courtesy of Widdowmaker or something like that. I don't know how best to do that. But I was going to try and do like feature cars for feature races, and on the front have the Widdowmaker logo, and on the back have the half the car with showing half the skin, so to speak, and then with the like WTC 700 at Le Mans or 600 at Tokyo, and just do a selection of cars that I know people enjoy to use around there, and just that I got gold with Widdowmaker or something on the back, something like that. That's what I'm thinking. Seeing if that appeals to people, having an image of the car and the track. But I agree on the S15. I also think the R34 or R33 at Tokyo needs to go on there. The Alpine maybe at Tokyo. I definitely want to do the Miata at... oh, I'm going to hit him. No, I'm not. These guys aren't really doing the blue flag thing very well. For all your sim racing needs, use code WIDOW. Yeah, I don't think I'll put that. That's the Streamlabs thing, innit? Yeah, that's come up. Yes, I need to talk to you about that, JB. The guy that's won that, Big Popper knows him. He doesn't think the guy would really want a skin making for the game, but Big Popper's going to get in touch with him and see if he has a favourite car or his car. See if that's in GT7. We can then get a skin made up for it. And we can do the option that I suggested, which was get it printed, get it on a frame, and we can send him the picture and frame, or send him the picture and he can frame that to his taste. You know? So we can do a stylized picture through what are they called, scapes. Put the car on his favourite track. If it's in GT7, for example, it could be any one of the American tracks. I'm sure there's images of it on the start line or whatever, and we can knock it up into a printed picture. I've got a decent printer that does full colour, and we can use decent, or we can send him the file, the picture file. He can have it printed to his taste, but I don't really want it to cost him anything. I would rather make the picture and print it, and then he can do whatever he wants with framing, if you see what I mean. And then, I don't know, if he wants to hang it in his garage. He's a bit of a racy guy, I think. That kind of thing. So, that's kind of what I've got a vision of. I think I've got everything now ready to post in terms of all of the gifts. I think I've just run out of fuel. Oh. Yeah, I've got a problem. I've got a pit notification out of my right hand window. I've just been hit. I'm out of juice. We're out of fuel. Oh dear. We get to... I wasn't thinking about fuel. I had a pit scheduled. I didn't pit. Oh, disaster. Back in a second. Had to take an emergency bathroom break. Well, that was kind of frustrating, wasn't it? I'm not going to restart the session. we'll just have to take that as a points loss. 0 points. Oh, that's a shame. I could have adjusted that so we don't have to pit. Oh, I've got to think about 20 laps, haven't we? We could send him the raw image anyway, yes, and he can do with what he wants to, but then I definitely want to post him a copy. You'd have done that as a 10-minute race. Yeah, well, I've done them as 20-minute races. Why is there a race 2 of 15 minutes? I thought I cancelled those races. I can't adjust that. Why has it got opponent skill level at 90? We want opponent skill level at 100. And then opponent aggression high. What's going on there? Ah, we've got a race 2, which we don't really want. But hey, okay. Cadwell Park. It'll be an interesting race. We'll have a look at the lap record. A 1:27. 1:27. 1 minute 27 into 20 minutes is how much fuel? How many laps? That's like 10. 10 is 15 minutes, so it's going to be like 14 laps, isn't it? So let's put 14 laps of fuel in. And then go from there. Drive. Ooh, we're all filing out. Let's see how we go here. We're carrying a bit more fuel than everybody else, but it'll slow us down a bit. So, Cadwell Park, up and over the hill. Cold tyres. Great on a motorbike, this circuit. Not that I'd know. We'll just get a little bit okay with the circuit, then we'll skip practice and go to quali. Airborne over the mountain, we'll see if we can. Doesn't quite pop as bang quite as much as my Mini does, but it has the odd little pop. Here's the mountain section. Got a little bit of lift. Very technical. This was in Toca, wasn't it? Many minutes. Oh, we just overshot. This was in Toca of many moons ago, like 95 or whatever it was. This will be a difficult circuit to overtake at. We're getting caught. Car did very well to miss us behind. That'll explain why we were quite so quick in the first race, because I hadn't set the oh, I've lost it. Let's have another go. Back to a full tank of gas. We'll follow somebody, we'll be quicker for a little while. The two guys behind me are jockeying. Heather Campbell, it's a lady. Try and get these tyres up to temperature. We'll get a bit more grip, would be nice. Feels like a winter's day. Can't get it back on the circuit. Come on. Oh, they're all filing past. Well done, boys. I'm going to be in trouble if he don't move. He carried on round the outside. Well done. But they are 100% now with 100% aggression, so they're going to be very, very good. It's just a shame I ran out of fuel in that first one. That'd have given me 25 points, which would be giving me the advantage here, so I could let a few points scrub. Got that down to third gear. It should have been second. Gear slamming doesn't quite work here in this game, which I think is good. I don't think GT7 should allow it, to be honest. Got some temperature in the left front. Right front is coming up. Oh, shish. Oop. Get me reverse out of the way. I don't know which way around my steering wheel is. There we go. I've got a clutch paddle which I forget about. I should use that. First gear gets me around that corner. See if we can do this better. Was stationary for a long time, wasn't I? Force feedback is pretty good. It's a little subtle, I think. It's pretty good. It's not fantastic. It's just a little bit subtle. Fanatec sponsors around the track. Do we get penalised for that? I don't think we do. It was slow anyway. The rears are so cold. Guy on my left. To get to know this corner, this circuit a little bit. Is he going to the pits? Is that why he slowed down? He's gone to the pits. Yeah, that's a little bit. 143. We need to get down to the mid 35s. It is a tricky trap. It's really quite narrow. If anybody doesn't know where this track is, it's up near a place called Louth in the Lincolnshire Wolds. It is really a crest run of hills. It's a long ridge of hills that runs from the top end of Lincoln somewhere up to like halfway to the Humber. It's the first real row of hills you get to from the coast when you come in from the North Sea. And it's a real strange part of the country. It's a little sun trap, really. But it gets good weather all year round, really. Oh, we really did smash that corner. I think we got the lap penalised. Get it round. See if we get that lap taken away from us. We're 24th. That was the end of the lap time, so that was a 1:41. Not very good. Let's see. Continue to qualify. And I can't. Oh, I might have to do it with my mouse. I might do. Yeah, there we go. I was last, wasn't I? I was ahead of the safety car. There's a bonus. Let's see if we can put in a decent lap. Come on. Oh. Why can I see the inside of my helmet? It was somebody else's helmet I could see the inside of. Okay. I thought we had pre-warmed tyres then. I thought that was going to be alright. Track designer was drunk. Wide enough for 2 corgi cars. It isn't particularly wide, but you know, it's a challenge. That's what it is for me. It's getting the car to slow down, which is the interesting thing. Getting it into the corner on the right gear is where I'm struggling. It is a great track, I agree. It's just difficult. Have you track day here, JB? I think once we get into the race and we start running with the other guys, we'll start to get a feel for it and start to know the braking points and really get an understanding for what it needs to be quick. That was a bit of a bump off the track. So this lap time's invalidated. We'll follow this chap and we'll see if we can pick up some things from him. The out lap was invalidated, that's all. Get the tyres up to temperature. We'll start to get some grip then. The back end let go. Get out this chap's way. Trying. Got overtaken by a lady racer. Jim Taylor and Heather Campbell. Oh, they're not. You can't knock these poles over. You drive through them. Those two are battling away in front, aren't they? Notice where the orange markers are in the corners. You won't go far wrong. I don't. As braking points, or what must I noticing them for? Is that where the apex is, or the turning in point? Doesn't look like a braking point. There's a orange marker. Or is that what to look for because you're unsighted? Still 24th. I'm glad we're getting Cadwell out the way early. It's going to be a toughie. Corners are for visibility, right? Got you. Need to block that apex to stop them overtaking me there. Might got a better lap in here. Still last. We got a shove there from the guy behind. But as a game, I'm really impressed with Automobiliasta 2. It is game sim. It has massive advantages and realisms over GT7. What it doesn't have, though, is a great single-player game. It has these custom races, but it doesn't have license tests or similar things that GT7 has, the missions. It doesn't have any of that, but I feel I've got to throw the car around quite a lot here. Somebody described it as driving a rally car. Still 24th, got the time down to 1:37. Got the front tyres up to grip, but the rears just aren't up to temperature yet. Put the rear tyres onto the grass. Oh, he helped me keep straight. Took a beating from the back. down 1 second. Well, that comes from touching the grass, didn't it? Still last. I don't know what that was going over the hill, but it looked a bit of a red flash, as though somebody was braking when they hit the top of the hill here. No! Coming into there too quickly. Qualifying session over. Ah well. That would have been an improvement, but we're still last, so the idea is to run through the race and finish in 11th place. If we finish in the top 10, we'll get points, so we've got to do as much as we possibly can to make that happen. Let's go through the line, it doesn't make any difference. Have a little drinky. How far back were we? We were, our best was 1:37.6, so we're half a second back. Right, so we should have, I'm going to take one more lap of fuel. I think that's the right thing to do. Pit strategy, default, yeah, happy days. Back. Do I need to save that? No, it's fine. Here we go then. Drive, last on the grid. All the lights to go. We've got green warm tyres. Helps if you change gear, James. We left a couple of black slugs on the start line. You can do a fourth in the car and drive it up the hill. Turn 1 you can do 4. All those cars on the screen, I'm getting no lag, getting no hesitation at all. Brake right there. Going to be a bit of a bus line, isn't it, to get through there? Where are we going to find the overtaking points then? We've got to find a way past this queue. If we can hold it on the track, that is. Down the inside here. Yeah, second gear would work. Jim Taylor, he was running around with us, wasn't he? At one point. Braking just before the bridge. He closed that door, we couldn't get through there. Up the bomb hole, there we go. Bomb hole, mountain. I didn't say anything else. Oh, he's just spun me out. It was Heather Campbell that actually put me on the grass. You can turn one you can do in 4th gear, drive it up the hill. Can't feel the G-forces really as we come through there. You'd know how much slip and slide you've got. I've got to try and catch up now. Need to get back up to the number 22. Oh, crapola. Ooh. Pushing too hard. Rears have gone really cold. Come on, Widow. This was always going to be my worst fear of this track. This is... Oh my lord. Yeah, I think we're going to retire from this one. We're not going to have any fun with that one. I don't know the circuit. So we retired hurt in that one. We're still 11th on 0 points. Where are we now? What's that chosen to do? Oh, it started the race again. We didn't want to do that. Oh, let's start the race and then exit again. We wanted to retire to pit box. And we wanted to skip to end. And press escape. Continue. Continue. There we go, that's put it right. There were 2 races, wasn't there? That was the problem. There were 2 races there, I remember. We've probably got 2 races at the next one as well, but we'll go from where we are. Not a very good demonstration of my ability to control the game, that's what the problem is. Right, we've got 2 races here, but this one should be good fun. We should actually do quite well here. 2 problem corners. Well, there's 3 problem corners really. The best corner is where the S3 is there. That's going to be about the easiest one. Turn 1 is quite tricky. The little horseshoe down at this corner down here, which you can't see on the map, but maybe I could use my mouse pointer. This corner here is quite tricky. This one before it. And then the one over there on the right is quite tricky. Let's see where we go. I think we got 10 laps of fuel, which is fine. It's another winter's day. We should be fairly good here. He says. One of my favourite tracks in iRacing, this. Get a little jump here. And then this is a tricky corner coming up here to the right. And braking into this corner is critical. It's about the most critical factor of this corner. Braking in and getting the runoff right so you don't stray out to the left too far. Had to lift the throttle on the exit just to try to stop the car running through the corner and carrying on too far. It's alright when you know the circuits, you just have to get used to how the car handles and then you're good. Learn to catch the slide. Don't get told off too often by the race director for abusing the racing line. In iRacing, the apex on that corner for turn 1 is much higher. It's more banked grass. We're in 11th position at this moment. 2 laps in. This one isn't going to be any quicker, but it goes to show the AI can be pretty decent. Better than GT7 AI anyway. Invalidated time. I think we made a bit of a mistake down at the other corner anyway, so we were on 2 wheels at one point, weren't we? So just have to manage that a little bit. Yeah, in iRacing that corner's a little bit harder. We'll be abusing the until we get told we can't cut them, and we just have been told we can't cut that corner that much. Okay. That's where the time trialing comes in from GT7, doesn't it? We've still got the same amount of fuel, so we're heavier than these guys, but keep the wheels on the track, I think the point is. The longer circuit's pretty decent here as well. It's good fun in a Formula car, and by that I don't mean Formula 1, I mean your Formula Ford or your Formula 3000. They're pretty decent around here as well. It's quite a bumpy circuit, which makes the bigger, faster cars like your endurance cars a little bit harder to handle. This should be a great race for the AI. We should be able to really show our hand. We're last. Last on lap times, that's a shocker. We're going to have to do 20 laps as well here. So need more fuel for the final race. We're into 10th place. I haven't displayed the steering wheel because it's quite off-putting when you're in car. For you guys it would probably be a little bit more pleasing to see the steering wheel, but I can't show it on the stream, but not in the car. You'll be able to see just how much activity my hands are doing, although you can probably see that in the triple screen view. Ooh, we might get told off for that. Yeah, we did. In the race you're only allowed five infringements before you're penalised. Still 10th place, which is going to prove to be quite tricky, I think. But if you did notice, the AI can go above 100% strength if you want them to. So you can really get these guys racked up and really make them quite a challenge. Going to try and outbrake these two bad boys. Which shows us we could be doing alright in the race in terms of being able to get on top of them and show them who's boss. Do not cut my quarter, you swine. Get the car to turn mid-corner there, it really helps. Now we're 0.3 up, that's decent. And they caught us severely as well. Up into first place, that's what we needed. Right, we'll pull over and that's practice done and we'll go to qualifying. It really helped to keep the throttle in here, didn't it? Whee! Overturned in there. We should get told off for that, I think. See what the first timing gate says anyway, see where we are. I don't think we're getting into lap time, do we here? No, we might not. Yeah, we do. 0.4 down, so we'll pit now. And we'll go to qualifying. Practice over, there we go. Beautifully timed. Have a little drinky poo. So how fast were we? Only 0.13 faster. That'll be down to our Brazilian bloodline. Now it's raining again. What a chunky monkey. Now I believe that's set for 20 laps. If we're 1 minute, we're going to need 22 laps I think for the race. So name is already So it's in the rain. They'll give us wet tyres. Wow. We need a decent qualifying spot, don't we? Rain is not good here in Cheshire. Well, it's not Cheshire, is it? It might be Cheshire, actually. I think it is Cheshire. Alton Park. It's definitely south of Chester. Front sliding quite a bit. Need to spot that apex to turn in. Don't know what that little crack was I heard out my left hand ear. Then it was a stone off the car in front rattling on the car. Oh, too quick in the gravel. Ooh, we slid straight into the wall. That was shocking. We have to try and perform well here. We have to, considering the championship standing. We've won no points, which is pretty terrible. Knowing the conditions though, the car is all over the place. We've got one tyre up to temperature. Excuse me. And it shows us in 24th spot, which we need to improve on. Need to slow down significantly here. We kind of did that. Brake on the Fanatec signs, I think. We'll still be 20. Oh, we're 15th. Progress is being made. It's quite dark. Makes predicting the line pretty tricky. Oh. We were alright there. We straddled the sausage. It's very dark, very dark. Can't believe how dark it is. Might get told off for that. We're 20th. Never good. Wide. We're going to be starting quite back down the back of the grid, I think. These conditions are properly tricky. As we run off and we have to take up the old track. I did put random weather on, so it's okay. Car is sliding. Those rear tyres are just cold. I guess we'd have to put some serious tow in to get those to warm up. Reduce the tyre pressure somewhat, I would have thought. Just to get them to cut in the track, and ideally in the cold weather you want quite a bit of pressure in your tyres to make them cut through into the water, but I don't know if this game would simulate that. We're getting lots of demonstration of the weather, aren't we? The fact it auto selects your tyre for you is pretty good. You don't have to worry about that. This is a decent lap time. I hope I didn't mess up that exit too much. Oh, 10th again. They've all gone into the pits for a change of tyres and a bit of fuel. For their last stint, there can't be that long of qualifying left, I must admit. A 10th up. Pumping the throttle, got the car to turn. And we're just tracking those guys down in front. We're just catching them. Which is a good indicator of how fast we're going. We kind of lost the front end there as the back end went sliding off. We're still quicker, that's decent. Up to third early. He's gone off to the pits. Want to see ourselves in the top 5 here. Top 5, we are 5th. Happens if you know the circuit, you're going to do alright. This car coming out of the pits, got to watch out for him. There he is. Oh, he's just pulled straight over in front of me. How rude. Going to lodge an appeal with the race director there. I won't get told off for that cut, will I? No, I didn't. Back end touched the grass then as I was in the braking zone. 5th place still. Oh, Chihuahua. I think 5th's where we're destined to be. So we'll kind of drop down to 8th off the grid, I would have thought. Qualifying session over final lap, so we're going to call it there. And we'll return to pit box because there's no point driving that in. Where did we come? We came 5th then. Very close with 6th position. Less than half a second off the leader. Continue to race 1 and we should then be able to just... Oh, it's raining again. That's a shocker. So... 23 litres of fuel we've got. It's a 20-minute race. We'll have to see where we go. If we get called in for fuel, we get called in. We're not really fast away off the line, are we? Oh my lord, stay away, young man. Get back. It's a bit drier. I've blown that, haven't I? Into last place. It's tricky. I don't know what tyres we're on here. I would hope we're on wet tyres. It said wet pressures, so it feels right. Let's make our way through the field. Come on. Getting that line all the way wrong down that hill. I want a sunny race. Typical British weather, though, one would suggest. Come on. Oh, somebody else did a me. Oh dear. I'm hard on the brakes. There's nowhere I can go here. Oh, we got a full course yellow. I'm not surprised. Pits are open, so I should be able to catch up. Oh, don't hit that. They're going very fast under waved yellows, aren't they? Double waved yellows. Not allowed to overtake. She warming her tyres up? She is. So they have race management. It was a safety car. Fairly good race management system. Oh. Racing will resume at the end of this lap. That would have been a disaster. Cars behind me have just caught up now. So we're going to go for the flag. Quite a decent system, that, I think. Did the old switcheroo. Mr. Samuel Jones, I can't see a thing. That was a cheeky manoeuvre. Put myself into trouble back here though, really, didn't I? Don't really know where we are on laps because it's a timed race, so bit of a clatter there. Oh, I've touched the grass again. I'm not very good at that line through there, am I? Back to the back. Can't get the car to go. Ah, it's a shame. I'm quick here, but on a dry race. Which is what's let us down. It's been bad weather. The weather is quite shockingly bad. It's dark. I can't see a racing line. I can see a racing line. I'm just hoping it's going to start to pack up raining and we start to get a bit of a dry line going. It's a shame. We're not going to do very well in this challenge. Shouldn't have had the random weather on. Just got it. There you go. The racing line's starting to pick up. No telling off from race control, so we're all right. Using a one gear lower to try and keep the car checked. A fastest lap of the race would be decent though. I don't think we'll do that. We didn't get fastest lap in qualifying, but it was shocking weather. Be nice if we could start to see the back of the pack. Half a second down. moderately quicker lap, but we're not gaining on the boys in front at all, are we? We haven't got a delta time to the guy in front that we can be. Well, it's probably not a guy, it's probably a lady. Wilkie mentioned it earlier actually, that it's got a very similar track list, the game, to Project Cars 2. And we know they're not licensed or anything like that because they've called them different names. .36 down. Car hits that curb and gains loads of grip. That other car that rolled on its roof didn't retire either, did it? Feels like it's drying out. Still raining, but it feels like the track's drying. It looks like the track's drying. The sky seems to be brightening up a bit. There'll be no chance for change of tyres. Just going a bit fast into there then. Might be a decent second race if it's drying out and the weather's a continuation. Telling off. No, because the lap time's no quicker. Oh, I was reading the chat. Silly boy. Well, I'm going to give up on this race because we're done. All we're doing is demonstrating the game, aren't we? So they took a lot out of PC2, including things like having the air go further than 100%, yeah. But it was very much, I don't want to say it's a copy of, but it's lap 12. It's definitely a kind of improvement on Project Cars 2. We got a dry race this time. Let's do this. He says it's still raining, look, but we're on slick tyres, so let's have a go. Right at the back of the grid. Let's see if we can do something better on slicks on a wetting track rather than anything else. And if we can't, it'll just point out how bad we are. It's the same people, okay. Okay. Got very similar startup screens and loading screens. Straddle the sausage. I'm looking forward to Assetto Corsa Evo. We'll have to see how that evolves and how that develops as it comes. Oh, he's just avoided the grass. Oh, he didn't enjoy my manoeuvre, did he? He hung his nose into my left quarter. Race director won't like me for doing that. That was just 2 tyres on the curb. Tyres are all so cold. Don't really want to lose touch with 19th place. But plenty of people smoking their tyres. Is that how to get heat in them? In terms of similarities to... Oh, we're all sliding. In terms of similarities to Project Car, the setup screens are also very similar as well. The game must mean the game mechanic is pretty much similar. It's getting wet. We're down to 20th. We're getting pushed on here as well. Dive bomb? Yeah. Back into 20th. Looks like I've got smoke from a left rear quarter. Looks like I've got damage on the back left quarter because I'm trailing smoke, or I was, not anymore. I did take an impact to the left rear quarter, didn't I? Yep, I did. Unless it was just flat spotted tyre from aggressive braking. Still smoking. Somebody else is doing the same thing there, look. We're going to brake into here in the same fashion. Yeah, we got that. It might be spray actually, rather than smoke. I've done exactly the same thing. Kind of expected that to be the case. Come on, let's not lose touch. It's raining heavier. Maybe that's what the difference is. Change of grip. Car didn't quite get into the corner the same. Tyres are just not warm at all, are they? No grip at all. I'm looking forward to the last race, Donington. Going to Donington Park fairly soon. Get back on the track, you nugget. Our best is a 106.16. That's pretty bad. But it's wet, so... Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, catch him up. Front end losing grip. It's wet. No traction whatsoever. Dirty tyres. The amount of spray coming up off of the track. Yeah, we're losing touch with the back of the pack. It's not presented us with the best of race conditions, but it certainly presented a definite example of what it can be like. I wonder if rain is available at every track. That's a good question. Is it smoke or is it spray? I'm guessing it's spray. Come on, sunshine, beat the way through and warm this place up. We're on dry tyres. We should be going like a supercar. Come on. It's a Mini. Should be going like an Exocet missile. It's not wanting to. It's struggling for grip at most points. You can't push it at all. You really can't. Every time you try and go that little bit quicker, just that braking that little bit later, it punishes you for doing it. So and that's all about the grip level and finding it in the rain. It's the old skybox is pretty decent. Got no yellow card, no yellow flags or cautions to allow me to get any catch up, is there? To bring me back with the pack. No incidents further up the pack. Oh, come on. Come on, dry out track. Speed showing in kilometers, which is a shame. I haven't seen an option to change that yet. Don't hit that. Oh, I get comfortable with going around that corner and it just breaks free, doesn't it? Stuck out here on the grass again. It'll take ages to get back. No grip. Oh. Dirty tyres, I guess. Well, we'll call it there. Landed in the gravel trip. Hey. Skip to end. Continue. Dean Ellis seems to be winning this one, look. 5 wins, 5 podiums. Where are we? Down here, 18th. We're not last yet. We should be. We should be. But it's alright. We're doing okay. I like the game. Snetterton. Rather a long, more complex course. Let's hope. We've got 2 races as well. But we've got loads of time. We've got 2 hours left. So if we can get through them all, we'll be good. Decent circuit, this. This does have a corner called Bomb Hole. I must admit, it's just here. Just by S3. That's B-O-M-B. 278 brake horsepower. Is that all? Wow. Let's go, see how we do on the dry. This has got that really tricky final corner complex, which is always going to be a tricky one, where you get into the chicane right at the end. Finding the entrance into turn 1 is always a bit of a tricky one. Once you come out of turn 1, try not to stray too far wide. The braking point for the hairpin is always quite tricky. You can use that little bit of runoff there. We'll have to gauge how fast the other cars are going through there. This wants to fly around these corners. There's like the infield section. Kind of another hairpin here. Back onto the fastest straight. It's the old runway, one would guess. Quite why it's got a bridge on the runway, I don't know, but I guess that was added for later aspects of the game. Really quite technical, this last part of the circuit here. As we come in, you need to be braking and then accelerating through this corner to this final, like, it's not a chicane, but it feels and it acts like one. Right then, outlap first time. We can find the braking point for this corner. Double apex it, there we go. That kind of worked. Gonna brake on the 2. I brake a little bit later. Try and keep the speed up through there. The idea is to catch the cars in front. 1.5. Oof. Car turned in a bit savagely there. It has the corner names on little white. So this is Williams. Frank, I'm guessing. Let's pray for a dry race. Where is Snetterton? I think it's somewhere in Norfolk. Oh, we shot well wide off there. Here's bomb hole, as I suggested. I think we might have took bomb hole sign out. Coram. That helps all the commentators amongst us, doesn't it? That's one hell of a curb to straddle there. Really revving it out. Hopefully we can get some heat into the rears. Kind of think we need to drop the tyre pressures in the rears a bit. That opening lap was 13th place. We dropped to 17th now, but we're a little bit quicker than we were. Very definitely a different change down technique to GT7. It won't let me change dower immediately when I press the brake. It's making me wait until the rev match is there. It won't let you damage the engine. See if I can get this entry right. Be nice to be able to get this entry right into this corner, won't it? Probably could have changed up a bit earlier. Almost got it right. Oh, we're gonna have to do a U-E. Come on, Widow. Let's get it right. That's what practice is for, I guess. Last place. A little bit of side-by-side action, always great to see. Gonna brake on the 2 this time. Into the corner so-called Hamilton. See if I can change up before 4th screams at me. See where this guy brakes. He's just changed gear into 5th. That's better. Kinda didn't mean to do that. I just came into there too quickly. Come on, Widow. You're better than this. He tried to go up the inside there. Cheeky monkey. We were slow out of that corner. Practice over. Oh, we don't get to set a decent lap then. Oh, we get a hit. Happy days. Right, let's hope qualifying is... Should we, tyres set, 12 laps. Yeah, we're good. Steering lock, 28 degrees. Front brake bias. Rear downforce. Okay. Not a lot we can do. Drive. We've got a decent amount of fuel in, haven't we? So let's see if we can get somewhere on this pit and see if we can string together some laps. We've not done it all day. Trying to go too fast the majority of the time. Oh. Tank slapper. No tyre warmers in this part of the world. All tyres are cold. Changing down the gears helps the car turn in, that's obvious to see. We don't really want to get into a line of stern race with these guys. We really want to be ahead of them or backing away from them. Right then, first quali lap. If we can catch the guys in front, we're doing well. If we can keep it on the track and catch them in front, we're doing even better. Now, on another version of the track, you can cut down there and go straight onto where Williams is and charge onto that back straight. It's a good variation of the course. Much shorter lap, of course, because you haven't got this whole infield section going on. Back end just sliding round there on the cold tyres. Come on, see if we can get this bit of the course right. Not really catching the guys in front. Can't get the car to change down there at the time I want it to change down. Rev limiter and gear change restriction, I would suggest. Did an okay bit of catch up there. I'd hope it won't see us in 24th place when we go over the line. 5th. Happy days. Get a decent lap in, you can do alright. Then you only have to do it 10 times in the race. But you watch, we'll have a decent qualifying session, it'll rain. Back end just wanted to slide. Did that Germany game ever restart, Wilkie? almost a second up on our previous lap, but we're down to 10th now. So let's see what we can do. See if we can maintain this second improvement. I think we're definitely catching the crook of the group of cars in front. Definitely. 11th place, second. As they just flicked one of those wobble knobs out the way. They just uprooted that off the circuit. And it looks like, by the looks of it, look, I don't know whether they're their numbers over the top of their position. So the first place guy is actually in front of us. So if we can overtake him, our lap time is now being started to be affected by traffic. Terrific. We're 0.3 of a second up that time. We got ambitious. All we had to do was back out and just let them go, didn't we? Reset that lap and do it. Well, if we can cross the line now before that text come up that says end of session, we can have a good go at getting that pole position, and it'd be good to start the season at last. 5th race in. Get some points on the board. It's 1/4 of a second down. See if we can make that up. Yeah, they threw against Switzerland. Cool. Kinda didn't expect anything else, really. Last lap. See if we can make up that time. So we're looking for the Delta. We're looking to see if we are going to make some gains. We'll get that Delta as we go around this corner. Still 1/4 of a second down. We'll lose a bit there, but it looks like it's going to be second then. In the dry, we're all right, it seems. Couldn't get it to change down. No quicker. Second place. Behind Matt Bell. Dean Ellis has dropped away a little bit. It's raining, but we're on slicks. Oh man alive. Every time. Every time. The grip coefficient is going to be different, isn't it? Typical British weather. On the brakes. Around the outside. Kind of, that's about what we expected. Right, come on, Widow, now. Settle into a 20-minute race here. Come on. No mistakes. As he impounds on the back of the Mini in front of him. Oh, don't pull away and give me spray. Oh, he made a good move there, didn't he? Coming past me and then going alongside the second place car. That was a decent move. Right, I've got to be aware of the grip going into the corner down here. It's not bomb hole, it's the one before bomb hole. They were as cautious as I was. So Mr. Bell just sorting to... looking like he's gonna edge... Oh, what the heck? We've got no grip in the tyres at all. Unsafe rejoin, maybe. That's a frustration. As we put the foot on the brake, the car just didn't slow down. The back end just pirouetted around. Thankfully not collecting anybody else. But we lost 12 places because of it. See if we can catch that back up. Regardless of my performance, I still think this is a pretty decent racer. And if we could get it going online with a group of people, we could certainly change up the GT7 content and look to expand our game catalogue. Just got to overtake a couple of cars a lap. That would be what we want to do. Tyres are so cold. The rain just persists. Ah, it's fed up with it. I'm not going anything stupid. I'm trying to keep up with the guys in front. And the back end just wants to pirouette around all the time. Frustrating. All about learning, isn't it? Same as every other game. But it does have better handling characteristics than GT7, I must admit. I could have changed the air pressure in the rears to just soften them off a bit to try and generate some more heat. Nah. Let's see if there's some. Let's see if there's a dry race for the next session. It looks it. Happy days. We get to start last, but let's see where we can cut through. 15-minute race, 10:30. Hopefully Donington Park's going to be better than this. And we can hustle our way around Donington a little bit better than we can here. He wasn't going to let me up the inside, was he? Aggression at 100%. Stay dry. It looks like it's going to rain. It feels grey and overcast. On the twos. Just letting off the brake to try and not let the back end lock up. But we've got a bit of heat in the rears now. Try and scythe our way through the middle, and we'll try and spot the braking marker. Car on my left. He's still out there. Oh, I've run wide. I wonder what the skin design element of this game's like. I haven't seen any option to, but I'm guessing if I was to go into the program and look through it, we could probably find where the skins are and see if there's templates. That's the problem with the GT7 thing. We won't be able to bring any skins over. They'll all have to be redesigned, but if they're like a wrap skin here, it's easy enough to manage and create. So we're up into 13th position with a couple of long range dives down the inside where there's a queue. Normally not very welcome to do that kind of thing. We could have been over to the left a bit further there, but I was trying to keep a line of sight to the corner so I could see through it. Now, 3/4 of this corner's in 4th gear, and then the rest is slowing down in 3rd. Gonna go up the inside here, take the narrow line, try and gain the advantage for turn 1. I didn't get the advantage, but I run the speed through the corner. Oof. It was a bit ugly, that overtake, but it's the way it goes. I can see first and second place up there. Track continues to be dry. We're making progress. That was a good bit of driving by him. Just used my front bumper to give his back bumper a teeny weeny nudge. It did enough to upset his line on braking and just give me that room into the corner. Whether that's 100% clean or not, it's AI. Better corner. Trail brake in. Goes to show it's just not me overtaking, the AI are overtaking each other as well. There is a bit of showing attacking lines. The rears are just not heating up, are they? Is there a line for me here? There is. That was clean as it could get. Ray Freeman in 6th place, so that puts us in 9th. We're going to have a look here. See what we're looking at. Oh, a little bit of bump and shove. Light tap, very little light tap. Nothing rude though. Oh, we've been bumped. Oh. The car to the left of us flew over the old sausage dog. Here we go, then up into 7th place. We get past this gentleman, we have a clean drive at the places in front. I think we've got the run on this fella here. Now we've got to chase down the front of the pack. There's 5 of them. We're in 6th. And we've got some heat in the tyres. It's taken a fair bit to get the heat in the tyres. Fronts are okay. Left front looks like it's wearing quite considerably. The still green though. We've still got plenty of wear in it. I think we've just blown that. I missed my braking point. Track limits warning, yeah. That wasn't intentional to gain all that time. I missed braking point too as I was looking at my tyre health. Spa 24 has been full course yellow for ages because of weather. Been pretty bad year for the... Yeah, hasn't it? Hasn't it? Yeah, ours was pretty good though. Ours was pretty decent. Just goes to show. I think GT7's got a bug. When you restart a race, it doesn't regenerate the weather correctly. So here we go then. We just have to get into that top 5 for this to be somewhat of a successful event. Well, we're in the points at the minute. Let's see if we can just put together 10 more minutes or so of rolling laps. I think we've only got 3 minutes left of the race if we look to that top left-hand corner. So I think we're kind of doing alright. I just don't know whether we can catch to potentially give us a top 5. We've got like 2 laps. We'll have to see. So it's our fault. Well, we start at the back of the grid, didn't we? 2:02.48 last lap. Best lap. What we want is them boys to be running side by side a little bit and give us a little bit of chasing advantage, because whilst they're side by side they're slower. Front end just caught up with itself then. The 3 boys at front are jockeying. I don't know if we're going to get back. A minute to go. It looks like this is it. This is the last lap by the looks of it. 1 minute 20 seconds. Got loads of fuel on board. $53 seconds. I don't know. We might get an extra lap in. $38 seconds to get to the line. I think we're going to get the extra lap. I don't think we're catching them though. 0.06 off. Oh, I've just looked down at the time and run way wide. This is going to be a tragedy. Come on, Widow. Italy flopped against Switzerland. Oh, through with Switzerland. I can't believe it. Italy lost to Switzerland. They were my team in the draw. Oh no. I must admit though, they haven't looked tremendously good. So that could be England's next opponent then, couldn't it? I was thinking they were going to be playing Italy, but it's going to be Switzerland. Which, if you think about it, has got to be a decent result for England. Last lap then, timer's gone to 0. We didn't make it into the top 5. If we can just hold this together, I can see the chasing pack in the mirror. But we were last on the grid, weren't we? Oh, I've just blown it again. Widow, come on, get your head into it. Look at the wear difference in the front tyres though. A little gentle tap got us another place, but we lost that, didn't we? Cool down lap active, okay. It's the first time we've got to the end of the race. Widow, come on. He's wrecked it on the cool down lap. England will play if pineapple in the maybe good phrase if England will play Switzerland. Oh Christ alive, I've got my foot slammed on the brake and it's not stopping. Apologies my little mini friend. Now can I look left or right? That's a question. Can I? I don't think I can look left or right. We get to drive all the way around and go to the pits. I could just actually press exit and we can skip cool down lap. But we came 7th. We came 7th. Which should give us some points. We got 6 points. Happy days. Now we're off to the... where are we now? Oh, I skipped through. Never mind. Can we upload liveries if we edit someone else's livery in GT7? I don't know. I generally don't know. I think you can. I don't think there's any restriction on it. If they allow it to be editable. Right, my favourite circuit then, next up, is Donington Park. And before we start that, I'm just going to take a gentleman break. So let it load up and I'll be back in a second. Ow, 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 ow. That was my knee cracked. done some extra details on a 911 GT3 livery, and it's going to be nice if I can upload it. Yeah, I would, if you can, give it a try. It's raining, man. They're coming back in for tyres, aren't they? It's always raining. Automatic by weather, it says. I'm going up, I want to go down. I want to put 10 laps. 7 minutes 30 left. Let's save. Back. Drive. I know they've come in for tyres, but I've gone out on slicks because that's what it's told me to by Auto. But let's see. It's only quali. Now there's no inters in this, I'm afraid. It's wets or race tyres. It's quite slidey. Let's see how much it changes as we go down through Craner curves. On the brakes here. Third gear, clip the 2 poles. We're doing quite good. I'm hoping to do well here. That right hand window is really covered in rain. Now we come round to the left. The left window should be absolutely covered in rain. It is. It's thundering down. Nothing on the track really though. We're not using the national circuit with the loop. Right, so we're looking at that timer next to the gear indicator at the bottom. We're going to see what kind of lap we can do. Oh, we drove through him. I didn't expect that to be a thing. I'm guessing that's because he was just coming out of the pits. One of the sticks off the corner there. Here's Heather. She's got fastest lap time in, but we're just gonna try and nail that a little bit. Love Donington in the dry. It goes to show this weather of, oh look at that right hand window, it's absolutely bucketing down. Looks like, feels like summer rain. So it could be just a flash in the pan and it's all gone. Right, let's watch. Let's see where we go, what position we go to. First place. Absolutely tip top. We did the practice session here before we started the championship, didn't we? And we're just going to try and do exactly what we did there. I've got some other vehicles to show you, other different racing formats, which I know might excite some of you. One of the things that we've got on Project Cars 2 is some scenic tracks that go along like the north shore of the northern west coast USA coast tracks. I don't think they've made it across to Automobiliasta. They're like the northwest coast, no, the West Coast Highway, I think is the way to express yourself. With 3 lanes of motorway and a start in a different part. Oh my word, my friend, what were you doing? I think we've done the practice. I don't think we need to do any more in those horrible conditions. Yes, they're the ones I'm talking about. They were tremendously difficult. Let's skip the session. And that's free practice. We want to go to skip to end. We still finished first, so we were 117. They were 121. We'll go to qualifying and hope it's dry. Let's get out early. And then we'll see where we go. But I'm hoping for a decent result here. He should have stopped, surely. I'm hoping for a decent result. We got 10 litres of fuel, which is probably not enough for a full session, but it's looking grey and overcast again. I'm hoping we can sort of get the tyres up to temperature, bang in a decent lap, and then we're good for the race. Try and win some points. Try and finish the season off well. I'll definitely spend more time creating a custom championship next time. But I was more frustrated with the fact that the PC wouldn't play correctly when we started. One of the challenges is a really old car and it's extremely difficult yet. Here we go then, first flyer. It's very easy to get a lap knocked off for cutting corners. Ooh, we're going to get done for that one, I think. Tyre's just not up to temperature. Oh, there you go. Invalidated lap time. We were slow anyway. Red lap's no good. I'm trying to remember what that really old car was. It's been a while since I've played it. But again, Project Cars 2. I assure you, gentlemen, if you go to CEX, the shop, and you pick up Project Cars 2 for PS4, it will be 10 quid. 10 euros, $10. It will not be expensive. There's hours of fun in that. Absolutely hours of fun. But don't buy Project Cars 3. Not worth it. Totally different game, totally different context. It's just not as good. See if we can put in a decent lap here. Come on. Get this braking point right. Get the turning right. Get the car driving hard through there. Had to hit the throttle 3 times. £3.50 in the PS store. Well, there you go. There you go. If you want it on disc, you want a real version, it'll cost you a tenner, but it's well worth it. It's a really good game. Really, really good. And pole, a 1:13, which is a really decent lap. A 1:11 is an exceptional lap, but that's for Sam. I like racing touring cars here. We didn't get the throttle through there. We didn't change down to third. Need to get ahead of this guy, or we'll just back out and let him go. Somebody's knocked the wobble knob. Right. Now we'll try and put in a real stinker a lap. A 13.5 would be nice. Got into the throttle just a little bit too early there. Should have allowed the car to roll in. We might get invalidated for that. We didn't, even though we set the fastest first sector. That was pretty decent. Smoothly off the brakes, back onto the throttle. I want to see a 13.5. Nice of him to go to the pits. A 13.5. Will we get told off? Will Ray clear the way? Or will Ray just sort of be in the way? No, he won't. He'll allow us to apex that corner absolutely perfectly. Tyres are really up to heat. That front left is so worn out though. Look at it. Look at the difference between the tyres. We're sort of matching that previous fastest lap, but I don't know if we'll beat it this time. No, just slightly slower. Missed that apex. I think that front left is giving up. 12 quid. They've pulled it from the store. Oh, that's a shame. So I went into Game in Doncaster Town Centre today to find out it's closing down. They're moving to an out-of-town shop inside Sports Direct and reducing to half of their stock lines. Their PSVR 2 was £550 and their selling gambit was we get a game free with it. And it's like, oh great, thanks. Superb. 550 quid. Still more expensive than the PlayStation. Is there any wonder? Right, I think that's us done for quali. I think we've absolutely nailed a lap there. Let's see how it goes. Return to pit box. We are half a second clear. Half a second clear, which isn't too bad. There's 35 seconds left. There's nothing to worry about there. We're actually on the same setup, aren't we, that was at... We'd probably be better off by loading up the setups that they have in-game. So we got Donington National set up there. Continue to race 1. I need to check fuel level, don't I? So this is 20 minutes. And we've got 8 laps of fuel, which is not going to be enough. It's just over. Do we want to load the Donington National one? I don't think so. So let's just change the fuel. We need 20 laps, I would have thought, to get us through 20 minutes. 24 litres is 20 laps. It's a minute whatever, isn't it? That'll be fine. Yeah, that's fine. No problem. It says track wetness dry, heavy cloud, low wind. And we're first. Sony have stopped making the PSVR 2 because they have a huge backlog of them. They're also considering on bringing out an adapter for PC use. Yeah, I won't be buying it at 550. Somebody told me the other day, I think it was Jim, that he got his from PS Online for 225, which is a with 6 months free Netflix. Right, let's go. Not the fastest getaway. We haven't perfected that technique. Hello, Blaney. Oh, my lord. Oh, Jesus. There's nothing I could do with that. I was a passenger. I've been wrecked. I feel like I want to restart, because that was rude. That was rude, to say the least. You got the Super Formula and the Toyota Hybrid. Well done. That Super Formula, you'll enjoy some of those races that you can do in that. Not quite as good a start, but let's see if I can get a better run down here. So there's a car on my right. He's not giving up. He came right through the apex of that. What an absolute nutjack. Right, let's go and chase Matt Collins down. I don't want to spend that much, not a chance. Discussed it with the missus today. My biggest disadvantage with the PSVR is I can't read chat. They're charging too much. They should not be more expensive than the console. Right, let's keep tabs on Matt Collins. See if we can work out where we need to overtake him. See if we can save that left front tyre a bit. We shouldn't kill it over 20 minutes, should we? Widdowmaker. It comes through that corner absolutely beautifully. He's got a little bit of a rummy down there, hasn't he? Somebody's taken the wobble knock off. Look, it's in the gravel. We got the run there. Are we going to get the right entry? I'm going to brake just on the corner of that green paint. Oh, Mr. Matt Collins, you took to the rumble strip then and backed out of it. Well done. That was a bit unclean of me, but they're not going to give up. They're going to be quick. So I can't be making mistakes. Look at them side by side behind us. You can see it in the mirror there. I was looking in my rear view mirror on the side, passenger mirror side of the car there. That was phenomenal to see that maneuver. Oop, might get a telling off. There we go, there's my first warning. 16 minutes remaining. Oh, the feedback through the pedal is brilliant. The rumble, when it works, is really, really good. Can't believe the rumbles don't work in the PS5, and that's what it was built for. Couldn't have gone at fourth a little bit earlier, I think. I looked out my left window because my left monitor has just turned off. Track limits warning number 2. Oh, this one's about to go now. Saved that one. That means the top one's about to go next. Can't believe I haven't found a satisfactory solution. There's track warning number 3. No, it didn't. I haven't found a satisfactory solution to finding out how to turn those eco settings off. So Mr. Collins and Jacob Dixon, got to find a way to catch them up, but we'll do that just here. Left front showing signs of wear. It's the only tyre really up to temperature. Sliding so hard round that corner. And I don't know why it's suddenly sliding really hard round there. We've never suffered that level of washout into that corner. Interesting. We've got to find a way of fixing that problem. We're going to have to slow down a bit if we're going to win this race. That felt good. Now we're going to lose the top monitor. I can't stretch to that. I've got to reach up and turn that off. It's gone. No, we can't do it there. I have to do it here. What normally happens is I turn the eco monitor off, the eco thing off, by cancelling it, and then I leave a gun crosshairs, because these are gaming monitors and they have a crosshairs facility for the centre of the screen, and that normally turns that on, and it's a real pain in the arse to get rid of. Driving down the straight with gun crosshairs, you can't see it because it's an overlay on the screen of the monitor itself, but it's a right pain. I thought Cyndi Lauper sounded absolutely horrendous earlier. Chris Martin tells them to save the planet. Yeah, bunch of... Oh, I'm not going there. Yeah. Chugging away on their vapes. Happy days. There's a real good battle on going for first place up ahead of us. I've only got 2 warnings left before I get a penalty, so I've got to be really careful now. 11 minutes 48 to go. And I anticipate being able to win this race. I want to win this race. With 2 clean passes. I just need them to continue their fight a little bit. We're catching them. A 13:54, so we've equalled our qualifying time. Oh, look at the sideways slip Mr. Collins got into that corner. He really got it sideways under braking. It looked like he was going to throw it off the circuit. Absolutely mental. I'm not closing in. 10 minutes 37 seconds remaining. I'm really not getting any closer, am I? I was getting the entry to that corner all wrong at the start of this race. Blown it. Can't get it back on the circuit. Oh, I'm going to get overrun. Oh, come on. I'm going to get warning number 4 now. There it is. I think number 5 is a DQ. So I really have got to be careful. I did all the hard work. I recognised the fact that I found the time into that corner, and now see how much the Mini distracts me in my mirror. Hopefully those 2 up front are going to be... Whoa, Chipotle. The next warning. Oh, wow, I braked on the curb. It wasn't good. Come on, Widow. You know you can do better than this. Left front tyre is certainly wearing. 6 more laps to so to go. I'm going to get told off for that. Did I just get lucky? I just got lucky. They're having a look. They still continue to fight. Mr. Collins is just doing what he needs to do. Come on, Widow. Six minutes, 30 seconds. Kind of overshot there. I was on for the fastest lap of the race again, but lost half a second, and that half a second is critical in terms of the chase down. They've not really let up, those two. They are all over each other. All those wobble knobs have gone, haven't they? There's just 2 remaining here that nobody's took out. I can't catch these 2 boys. They are just hammer and tonging away from us. And as the more I try and go quick around there, the more it looks like I'm threatening to throw myself off the circuit. I'm vaguely interested to understand what happens if I do one more little track penalty. Do I get a penalty or do I get DQ'd? I don't know. I'll find out if I keep doing that. Four minutes 21 to go. Not going to change up. Definitely catching. At this point it looks like 3rd place. See if we get a new fastest lap. 1:13.54. We miss out by a 10th. Come on, boy wonder. Mr. Dixon, Mr. Collins, come on. Catch him. Three minutes. What looks like 2 more laps. New fastest lap of the race. (2 minutes 14). It looks like there's going to be potentially this one and one more. Oh, I've just blown that wide, haven't I? Am I going to get a telling off? No. Go for the overtake, go on. I'm going for the draft there. I lost it straight away. Oh, door on door. I've got it. 57 seconds left. Is there a potential another lap in this? 40 seconds to get to the end. And there's a change of positions behind, it looks like. "12 seconds, it's going to be finished this lap. Yeah, we're not going to get there, it's going to be done. There we have it. Cool down lap active. Well, we're not going to do the cool down lap. Happy days. We've got one more 15-minute race, which is brilliant because that takes us to 11:32. We're going to go with the same fuel, so that'll take us to 11:40 something, won't it? We get to start this lap off pole. Same two guys behind us. Tables are turned. I was on the outside this time. Mr. Collins. New set of tyres, better grip, shorter race distance. Good detail on the back of the car there with the indicator lights, the number plate, indicator lenses. That's what I'm trying to say. Wobble cocks are back in place. Knobs, sorry. I'll try not to run him off the track this time. We'll see what line he's going to take into this bottom corner. There's a bigger battle behind us for third and fourth place. I had to lift because of this guy in front coming through there, so I'm just gonna run the braking line through there and see if I can pull away without wrecking it. Oh, there's a big overtaking manoeuvre coming behind. I got the acceleration slightly through there. A 1:15.09 that lap. It's because the first 3 corners I was braking for old matey. Oh, he's quicker. I'm going to be in trouble down here. Can I see him? I can't see him. He's backed out. There we go. Decent move. They're 2 abreast behind. That's absolutely mental that they can run that line through there. Don't know if I've lost the stream at this point. It says 4 people watching, so happy day. Saturday nights are not normally ever very popular because most people are with their family, etc. Like, but hey ho, we've had a steady stream of watchers tonight. Nothing massive. Automobiliasta doesn't turn many heads. I appreciate that. There was only 400 viewing, which was a little bit more than we're viewing GT7, so yeah, exactly, football's on. And I'm streaming tomorrow night while the football's on as well, because I've got no intention of watching that shower of tripe. Doesn't even make great highlights. Just watch the film. It is your back garden, my friend. You can probably hear me. This should whet your appetite for when you get your PC. What film did you watch? Demolition Man. Yeah, you do that, my friend. It's exactly where you need to be. Tomorrow's stream is a new game to the channel. Not something I've put on there before. Oh, I just got a little tiny shove there from the man behind. I think Snetterton lacked a little bit of graphical detail. It was more of a tracking on a green field rather than it being quite scenic. But in reality, it only has banks around it, doesn't it? It doesn't have much in the way of trees in sunny Norwich. You watched The Courier? Okay. Never heard of it. Unless that's the Clint Eastwood one. Then I have seen it. They're catching me down Craner curves there, aren't they? They really are catching me. Have we noticed what's not happened this afternoon? We haven't had any wheel failures. The wheel's not bugged out at all. The force feedback is totally in line with what I'm seeing on the screen. Seven minutes to go. 7 minutes 30 seconds. Fastest lap is a good second behind where we were last race. 1:13.4. Might get a telling off for that. Ooh la la. I went into that top corner way too quickly. I'm going to put him to the outside if he's going anywhere. There's one coming to my left, one to my right. What are we doing here? I'm braking late. My lord. I haven't got to look back. He's still on my left, isn't he? Still on my left. Wowzers. I made that all myself. That was my fault, my mistake at the top of the circuit. We get a gain out of there if we do it right. Keep it in fourth. It didn't change down to third. That's what's happening when I get into that corner. I've got to be on the brakes a bit earlier and get it to change down. It needs third gear to really hug that apex. Now he's gonna, I don't want him to come to the right. I want him to be blocked there. Back to the braking line. Oh, that's giving him a bit of trouble behind. That's alright. Yeah. He was getting a bit fruity. But we got 4 minutes 38. No telling off, no. Get a telling off for that, surely. Yes. There's the first warning. There'll be the second one. No, just one. It's good when you know the circuit and it's not raining. Donington always delivers. Really got caught there, didn't I? Wowzers. They really know how to gain down there. That worked for me into there. Two minutes 46. There's going to be 2 more laps by the looks of it. Definitely. Oh, I've braked too late. I managed to just survive that. Just survives it. I kind of agree with that. We need something. I saw another rumour that the Renault F1 van is coming back this update. They're always catching me there. Tried to find a little bit of pace. Jay says, nice through Coppice. Just finding the right line through here is... Just getting it to change down correctly is... I didn't like that. Finding that double apex there is really quite tricky. No real worries about tyre wear in this race. They caught me again through there. There's a right train of them. So 1 minute 13 remain. This is going to be the last lap, just like the last race. It's going to be all down to the wire as we come to the end of this lap. Oh, I bet it is. Got the car drifting through there. I think I need to do that corner in 4th if I really want to hit the top speeds. Couldn't get the car to change down there. Had to hit the gear lever twice. No beep, no tolling off from race control. Just got to get this right. There we go. Once, twice. That's it. Beautiful. It just breaks the gap to the guys behind. They can't keep up when you get that right. Brake nice and early for this one. Last time through here. And this will see it for the win and the double win at the end of the season. There we go. And I've got one more thing to show you in this game. Skip the cooldown lap. Continue. We get 25 points. 25 and 25. Happy days. Where does that put us in the final standing? It gives us... We were 7th overall. There's been not too... Mr. Ellis in the other Union Jack car doesn't do too bad. Right, what I want to show you in this, and we'll probably do it around Donington again because it's probably one of the better circuits. Unless there's an oval. If there's an oval, we're going to have a very quick 10-minute race around an oval circuit. Here's where we'd change that, I think. I'd change a few things on that. Single car race. Vehicle selection. We're going to show you a couple of things that are in here. So, we've got some of your more classic machinery. GT, oh, let's go to the top. Let's have a skip through and show you. No, let's go to the bottom. Go at the bottom. There's a fair whack of cars in here. So trophy cars. So an old BMW, an old US. There's a Mini, the old shape Mini, which is always good fun. Looks like a Lotus Europa. Is it? Lotus something. Lotus 23. Some VW kind of European hatch kind of cars. A supercar, which is always going to be immense fun. Super V8, which is... Oh, why do I keep doing that? That's... what? Back in here, which is like an Aussie V8. Supercars, which, yeah, take them how you want. Street car. Do we know somebody that has one of them? I could have the fastest livery. Here's a couple of like Aussie touring cars again. Stock car, couple more. 2023 ones, yeah, could be good fun. Some more. So there's a full field of stock cars which could work as Aussie touring cars around Bathurst. Be interesting. Yeah, interesting. Sprint car. Yeah. M1 Pro car, which is a classic race car of its time. Porsche Carrera Cup. So there's a couple of Porsches. I don't want to keep clicking them. I want to click them to make them look more visible. We got like GR1 cars. Opala stock cars, which are US or Aussie. They're Chevrolet, so they're going to be Aussie. Another one. The minis we've seen. Lancer. So there's another Lancer. Shifter carts. As you can see, all sorts of shifter carts. Hot cars, we've just looked at them. GT5 Janetta. So these make a good series, I'd say. Then you have all sorts of GT4 class cars, which are pretty decent, I'd say. GT3s, as you would expect. GT1s, so these are your historic GT1s as we know them. GT Open cars. GT Classics, yeah. Group C's, which we have and see in GT7. No Aussie Utes. Yeah, let's just hang fire. A couple of classic touring cars, which are great. Do a mix of them around Donington. They're brilliant. They're German group touring cars. Janettas, which are great cars, which would make some good stuff. Vintage Formulas. Now these always attract me. I like them. And then there's a couple more. I didn't need to do that. Formula V's, which are like your iRacing kind of things. Formula V12s, Formula V10s, Ultimate Formulas. And then you get into your like university competition cars. Formula Retro, so kind of older type cars. And then retro race cars. But there's something missing from that list that you haven't seen, isn't there? Something missing, and I don't know why it's missing. Where are they? Where are they? Have I skipped past them? Or are they just not in the list for me to find? What did I miss? There we go. So there's a couple that I've missed. This is where the interest lies. JB. So Aussie Utes, as we talked about, as you've just said, there are Aussie Utes. Classic cars, classics, Caterhams. But this one is kind of where the love for me is good to me. What have we got? Azure. That's should we do these around Monaco? Should we see what Monaco's like with truck racing? It could be kind of fun. That's a test day. I don't know if we can do a single custom race offline. I don't know if it'll let me. I didn't see. Oh, they are there. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do truck racing around there. What UK tracks are there? Oh, so we've got Cadwell. We've got Donington. We've just raced them all today. We've got Alton and Snetterton. And if there's one in here that is Virginia Raceway, Velo Park, Rio, Hondo, Spielberg, which I'm guessing is everyone's favourite one in Austria, Snetterton, Santa Cruz, don't know, Salvador, Alton, or Tana. That looks like a karting circuit. Nürburgring, the full. I don't know if it is actually. I think it's just this oval bit here. I don't think it's the full track. Montreal, which is what we want in GT7 next. Londrina, Kailami, which is South Africa, yeah. Kansai, which is, of course, everyone's favourite. Jerez in Spain. I don't know where that is, somewhere in Brazil. Interlagos. Imola, which is a great circuit. Ibarra, which is somewhere in Ecuador. Guapo, I don't know where that is. That looks like another karting track, yeah. An airport in Brazil. Donington, Cordoba. Cervelo, Curitiba, Cascavel. That looks horrendous. That looks like a well-known circuit that we do know. It is, it's Portugal, yes. Campo Grande, Cadwell, Buskerud, Buenos Aires, Brasilia, Brands, Bathurst we know, Azure and Adelaide. Well, we're going to go truck racing for a 5-lap race around select event preset. There, copper truck. Practice 15. No, we're just going to go straight into a race. And what's the rules, regulations? 100 max, player last, max available 15, okay. 16 liveries, rules and regulations, yeah. What's the actual, the race length 25? No, we don't want race length 25, we want race lap. Can we do laps? No, we just set that to 10 minutes. 10 minutes round Monaco in rolling trucks. Rolling start, yes. Pit stop allowed. Yes, no, yes. Okay, let's do it. We can't run out of fuel, can we? They'd be great fun around Bathurst. I think the Wilkes will, the Aussie Utes. They're there to be tried. We'll see what Monaco looks like as a circuit. It's setup modifications are auto saved. Rear wheel drive, straight 6 gearbox, 1,230 brake horsepower. No boost, no DRS. Weight 10,582 pounds. So it's a 5-ton beast. We're a 16th, so there's a safety car behind us. We're starting last. Let's go, 10-minute race. It looks like we're on a parade lap. We are on a parade lap. The back end of this wants to slip out all the time. Oh my god, it won't go around the corners. We'll drift this humper. See if we can drift it around this corner. No, I just won't be able to get it round the corner at all. Oh, come on, get round. Through the tunnel section. Look at the exhaust box chucking that smoke out. Oh, lordy. I couldn't stop in time. Could not stop in time. So we're having a 5-minute race, which is going to be 2 laps. It's a 10-minute race. It's going to be like 4 laps, I'd say. There's going to be chaos here, isn't there? Prepare for race start. Oh, I'm prepared. I just don't think the rest of the world is. Oh, they're going to go before I'm even on the straight. Come on, this is it. Dirty git. No, I think the wheel road, it's probably because it's not aligned with how fast I'm going. Oh, Christ. I probably need to have more wheel rotation, you're right. But it's also down to the handling and my ability to drive this beast. The tyres are scrubbing all the time. Trying to go too fast, that's the problem. They're going to be a chicane. They're going to be a long queue, and I just have to hopefully catch them up. Oh, I got banged from behind. I thought I was last until he duffed my back end. You know what I'm doing at the bottom of the hill here, don't you? Oh my. No damage. Oh, I've got to return to position 16. He's just got to catch up then. Come on. And I get a warning. I'm not turning the wheel far enough, that's correct. Where do I slow down? Just as I come across the... Oh. He doesn't dump any black slugs, does he, when he wheel spins? Not forgetting I've got these bad boys set on 100% as well. Maybe on a slightly more attractive circuit we could... Oh, my word. I'm in reverse. How did that happen? It seems wanting to double change up to second gear. I went to go for first and it changed into reverse. Probably because first gear is too high for it. But it could be decent fun, this, with the right circuit. Yeah, there's my track warning. If you turn, if you slap it down a gear. Let's have a look what the pits look like. because we're not going to win the race. Not a chance. But yeah, I reckon that's pretty decent in terms of what they've got for the game, and you know, you could have a real good fun evening with that, I reckon, if you all got into a car and gave it a good race, found a track. I don't think you have to work on setup, even though setups are free. I think you can potentially do like a bop. Time trials. There's time trials are an option. So mini round Donington, I'm 50th with a 1:13.996, and we went faster than that today. And as you can see here, you can do custom setups or setups without. So top 50 is not too bad. We've got ghosts that we can add here. So there's time trials for every track and every car. Official events, so these are events like the time trials we get in GT7. They're there that can be had, and they're current as well. So the game is still being done. These are around whatever circuits with stock cars, pick or choose. And there's also ones with the Formula cars at round whichever circuit that is in Austria. Multiplayer, human player races online. Looking for multiplayer sessions to join. It says that on my screen just over here. And there's loads of multiplayers. Look, there's a fair few people on, fair few people playing. There's a few people with set up with private lobbies, but up to 30. What's the most I've seen? I've seen a lobby with 30 car slots. There, and there's 10 people racing around Spa at the minute in multi-class races. So there looks to be a good player base, plenty of people on it. So, and then there's test day. We've seen single race and championship, we've done these today, and you can, just like we just did there, you can take your truck to the track and just run some practice times. So there's plenty to be had and be seen, and genuinely, it's one game I can genuinely say is probably worth checking out. Cost wise, let's have a look. Let's go and have a look in my what's it gonna cost you? What's it gonna cost? Let's go and have a look in my Steam. So we just do a screen cap off my Steam. This is my Steam, and this is, if you don't have Steam, which I know you do, JB, Automobiliasta store page, and I'm advertising for them, but it looks fairly decent, you know. It's got some, the graphics, cars, decent. That's Imola, it's really good. So, shop page. Automobiliasta itself is $17.49 at the moment, but if you buy it with a bundle, it's currently 58% off. So you can get the whole thing for 48 quid, 48.66. Sounds a lot, but for what there is, it's decent. I don't own a lot of these extras, the extra content. There's 22 extras, and as you can see, the Automobiliasta T Susan Pass, which the last time that was released, 2022, it's 40 quid. It's normally it's 79, so it's 80 quid normally. Then all of the rest of these are all 50% off at the minute. The classic Hockenheim Ring, Silverstone is there, $3.99 for a track, which is way better than iRacing, which is 15 quid. I reckon there's a whole host of a good evening of racing there, if you really wanted to get into it. Now, end of the day, there's Monza, there's some American circuits, USA Racing Pack, so that's going to bring more cars. Single seat races, 3 speedways, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so you could probably get into doing your brick race 500, whatever it's called, the Brickyard 500. We've got Spa, another USA expansion pack, 14 quid. Spa's 4 quid. Nürburgring is 4 quid, that's the thing. Silverstone 2, that's there. Hockenheim Ring. So spend that 48 quid and you've got a real good game that will keep you there going for hours. It's another GT in my mind. I appreciate we're coming to it late. The game has already been evolved and gone, but what we're looking for is getting ourselves set. Hello, Blaney. We're getting ourselves set up again for early part of the year. So what was the thing we were talking about? What's the thing that could come up very shortly? featured. No, I want the store page with the search bar. There we go. Assetto Corsa Evo is on there, which is potentially, possibly going to be the game for us for the future. To kind of have to be careful of music, but Assetto Corsa Evo is going to be the thing to watch for. That's due in November. If you're looking for a decent game, I would suggest. And that, I wouldn't have thought that's going to be bad. I wouldn't have thought it's going to be bad at all for what it is. Screenshots there of some of the cars. You can see the detail of the carbon, the engine, fuel box. That's an old classic car. JB will like that. Inside of a Lambo, that looks like, oh, if I'm guessing, that looks like a Alpine, I would suggest. That's the new Alpine R5. So if that's already in the game, yeah, 110. So that's the 290B, is it? The 290B, the Alpine? It's the Renault 5 body. Yeah. There's going to be some VGT cars in there, I would have thought as well. It's a Z car, is it? Don't know what that is. That's the wing mirror off it. That looks like, I have no idea, it looks like it's got Audi wheels. That's a i20 Hyundai. You can see that written there. And then we have a, oh, it's a 2.5, it's a 190E. That is. That looks like a Golf. Looking at that, it's not a Golf because of, it's a Sirocco, I'm guessing, because of the seat stitching. Oh, I don't know what that is. Steering wheel looks familiar. That's an old Porsche. There's an old Porsche wheel. There's a new Porsche. Track work. Where does that look like? That looks like the entrance to the stadium section of the Hockenheimring. That looks like Brands Hatch. Definitely. That's the Nürburgring, I would suggest. That is Imola, looking at the curb. There's the Nürburgring on the way up to the carousel. That's again Imola. Imola. And that's all they've got to offer at the minute. But release date says 2024, as I understand it. The dash was the old 911, yeah. As I understand it, it's going to be kind of November that this is going to be available. PC specs, not a problem for JB. RTX 2070 as a recommended, which is what I have, 2070 Super. So if you fit those specs for recommended, you're good. If you're on Windows 11 64, definitely. I'm an AMD 3700X. It will take VR. It requires SSD. If you haven't got SSD now, you're miles behind anyway. But the one thing I saw on here which was quite interesting, and it's a particular partial controller support for Xbox controllers. So it looks like it's going to be Xbox launched. I don't know if it's going to be PlayStation. So that could be a little bit interesting. But yeah, that's what we're kind of waiting for later on. So I'm just going to try over the next 4 or 5 months. Rear light shot looked like a Bugatti. Which rear light shot? Let's have a look. Other way. That's the Alpha, isn't it? That one. I don't know whether that's a McLaren. It looks like a McLaren 670S. I can't tell. Near the beginning. Oh, it's gone all the way through. That looks like a McLaren, definitely, that one. Lambo Huracan. That's 190e tail shot. That's the i20. That's the Porsche. That one. Don't know what that is. That's really quite... That looks like a tile wall at night. Oh, what they're suggesting there is probably nighttime. Full cycle of driving. But I don't know where your Bugatti is. That could be a Bugatti, I guess. Why does it do that all the time? Stop doing that. That there. Don't know. Don't know. But, yeah, that's the anticipated one of those. The other one that's kind of coming along is... what was it called? Something like Ocean Drive or... oh, Christ, Jimbo. Brain. That's the one you think of Bugatti. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. We can all... It's not really clear what it is. There's a new game coming out. It's called something like... It's an old game that's been prior released. I think that's the wrong expression. I don't want featured. I want the store. Let me view the store. And then I want to see upcoming releases. Where are they? New and noteworthy. Upcoming releases. So Assetto Corsa Evo is there. Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown. That is the one we're thinking. That's actually available. It's $39.99.
I've explored the streets of Hong Kong.
It's actually available now.
Fortune, reputation, and prestige.
All these years,
I didn't realise that was launched already.
in search of wealth, fame, and style.
To me,
There is. It'll be released later on this year.
it's an absolute lifestyle. An incarnation of elegance extends both in physical appearance and on the road.
I'm not entirely sure this game's for me, but it is on the launch platform. Racing, it's a bit like Grid, I think. Race Driver Grid in terms of how it's projected.
From the cars I've earned throughout the competition.
And the increasingly luxurious suites that I could claim as my reputation grew.
The times I've spent challenging my rivals.
And earning the respect of my teammates. I have proved my worth.
The Sharps opened their doors to me.
So I don't know what this should be like as a multiplayer racing game, but it's one to think about if you're into it.
Expressed what I always believed. Success is synonymous.
So iRacing are releasing a game as mentioned by Wilkie. If we go to iRacing, I don't know why it's in, but the weather there's epic. Long drive, never really been interested. NASCAR Heat, WRC, MotoGP for JB. NASCAR 21's down at 449. WRC is down to... That's Generations, okay. Not much more on the list. Motorfest, I saw that for sale today. Wreckfest down at £10.69. Wrench, what's that? Oh, you're building cars. DLCs for you, yeah. Well, we'll go through Assetto Corsa stuff. Grand Theft Auto, Forza. I can't see the iRacing one. I'm not really interested in the Formula versions. Racing dirt cars that race in space on planets. Yeah, I saw the advert today. It's probably not my bag, but if it's somebody else's, it could be fun. Just hope it's not subscription based like the real iRacing. Old School Rally coming soon. Oh yeah, that could be not a lot of fun. There's You're off to bed, yeah, me too. I'm just finishing off. It's end of the stream. But thank you very much, guys. It is time for me to knock it on the head. That was a set of course. No, it wasn't. It was Automobilista. We probably won't do it again on the channel. It's also coming to console, right? Yeah, it is actually. I saw that on the advert. So we probably won't do much genuinely of Automobilista whilst it's me on my own. As the game, it's had some really good updates of late. Laguna Seca is their Automobilista development update. That's coming. But the big thing about Automobilista is it's about to receive a massive update. Version 1.6. It's going to be talked about and released in 2 parts. So they're bringing Audi into the game. So if you like your touring cars, you can see the cars there. We're going to end up with a number of touring cars. They're going to bring their GR1, GR2, GR3 cars into the game, as you can see. And they're also bringing Road Atlanta. So you've seen the track before. You know what it's like. It's in GT7. They're going to update the physics. So the game is receiving updates. And you're going to see a slight overhaul of the modelling and the tyre wear and the functions, etc. So the game isn't dead. It's going to have visual tyre wear. So decent computer, you'll be able to pick that out and see it. You can see the gradual tyre wear. You're going to get different force feedback. You're also going to have much more development of the game within 1.6, the update. So Spa is there, you can see it. The racing line is receiving several realism adjustments, as you can see. And then there's some videos there. So do log in, do have a look. You can see the change log for the last update. And everything's there. The game is being updated, so if you are going to invest the money, it's worthwhile. But hey, Rob Barker, welcome. Yes, VR-wise it will work. I have a VR over there that I could use. But yeah, Automobilista 2. That's it for today. We've done... Well, we did 4.5 hours. I did intend to do 6, but because the PC wouldn't work to start with, that's where we are. But thank you very much, folks. We're doing 5 o'clock tomorrow night while the football starts. If you're not interested in the football, I'm going to do something completely new and off the wall. Something that I don't really do. And it's a different game. Different genre. We won't be iRacing. We won't be racing. And we're going to do something different tomorrow night. It's on the list on the left. It's on the list on the left over there. But it's a game that I really enjoy. So we'll see you then. All the best, folks. Take care. We'll see you on the next one. Look after yourselves.